All right. Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will come to order, and appreciate those in attendance today. We're having a hearing about the federal agency's reliance on outdated and unsupported information technology, a ticking time bomb. The federal government is spending more than $80 billion annually on IT, and it largely doesn't work. With the majority of the spending focused on maintaining and operating legacy systems, this is obviously a major concern for the United States Congress and the operation of the federal government. Such spending on legacy IT results in higher costs, security vulnerabilities, where old software and operating systems are no longer supported by vendors. The federal government is years, and in some cases decades, behind the private sector. We cannot have federal agencies buying spare parts on eBay for IT systems, such as the case at the Department of Labor. The federal government also cannot rely on 930 million lines of code using more than 70 legacy programming languages. This is the best estimate that we have on the numbers based on the surveys that we did with the various agencies. That includes over 155 million lines of COBOL and 135 million lines of Fortran coding language that was first used in the 1960s. In fact, 50 years ago, Dartmouth described Fortran as quote-unquote old-fashioned. So 50 years ago, they thought it was old-fashioned, and it's still in use today. This does not even include Department of Defense or Labor, because they could not tell us how many lines of code. So you can imagine at DOD how many millions upon millions of lines of code there are also out there in those agencies. Some agencies still use Windows 3.1, which came onto the market in the early 1990s, or Windows XP, which came onto the market in the early 2000s. I read a document recently from the Department of Justice, and it was a WordPerfect document. Love WordPerfect. They're from Utah, and they still sell that product and update it. They had an update in the last 60 days, but my guess is if they tried to send you a WordPerfect document, you might have a difficult time opening it. The federal CIO, Tony Scott, was one of our witnesses today. He has stated the need to update IT legacy systems is a crisis bigger than Y2K. And I will note, personally, I'm so pleased that Mr. Scott has joined the federal government. He has quite a background and reputation. He's the kind of talent that I think our federal government needs, and to have somebody of his caliber helping to tackle these issues, answering the call to service for our nation is really an important step forward, and I applaud the Obama administration for encouraging him and getting him to participate here. I think he is part of the solution and not part of the problem. Let me give you some examples of our deep concern here. The Department of Defense Strategic Automated Command and Control System is 50 years old and runs on a 1970s IBM Series 1 computer that uses an 8-inch floppy disk. This is an IBM, this is an 8-inch floppy disk. It takes 3.2 million of these to equal one flash drive. So you can go get a flash drive down, at Best Buy, or you can get 3.2 million of these to get the same amount of data stored. And this is still what the Department of Defense is using. I want to show a couple pictures here. These are from the brochure. We didn't actually, but this is what the Department of Defense in many ways is still using. So that's nice 1970s, first class brochures there. Those styles that's styling. But that's literally what the kind of technology that we're using it up against. DOD is only now, by the end of fiscal year 2017, finally scheduled to update parts of this system. It's good, but it's over decades overdue. The system reminds me, remember the movie War Games, the Whopper, the War Operations Plan Response from the 1983 movie? It's still like that, unfortunately. The IRS Individual Master File, sometimes called the IMF, which is the authoritative data source for individual taxpayer information, is also more than 50 years old. It is written in low-level computer code that is difficult to write and maintain. The IRS has general plans to modernize and has made some progress, but provided no specific date on which the IMF will be turned off and the new system turned on. I hope that changes here today. Goals must have deadlines, otherwise they're just dreams, and we need specifics. The really scary part about all this is that DOD and the IRS are not alone among the federal agencies in relying on legacy IT systems and unsupported software and operating systems. So how do we fix this situation? How do we protect the nation against the vulnerabilities that are inevitably there with such outdated technology? We're going to hear a lot today about a proposal to establish a $3 billion IT modernization fund to help agencies move off of these legacy systems. But there are three issues that I'd like to mention proactively about this proposal. I think it's a serious proposal, and it's based on a lot of good work done in the private sector. First, the GAO reported last week at a joint IT Government Operations Subcommittee hearing there are millions of dollars worth of savings still on the table from data center consolidation. To date, agencies have closed more than 3,000 of 10,500 data centers and achieved $2.8 billion in cost savings. Most of these savings are attributed to just 4 agencies: the Department of Commerce, the Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, and Treasury. So there's much available in terms of savings that's still on the table. I think I'm much more inclined to allow CIOs who are achieving savings and have the foresight and plan to move forward to use those savings to upgrade legacy systems rather than simply writing a blank check for all CIOs, regardless of how well they are currently managing their resources. Second, the committee wants to see progress on its FITARA implementation scorecard before giving CIOs additional resources. Under FITARA, CIOs now have a proper seat at the table. To the men and women in the CIO positions, they must be qualified, motivated, and empowered to make decisions within their agencies, and they must be held accountable. The pattern of Fs moving to Ds and Ds moving to Cs and so forth will go a long way towards convincing the committee that CIOs will appropriately utilize additional resources allocated to modernizing legacy systems. And third, I note that Mr. Milholland appears today under a subpoena. IRS Commissioner John Koskinen declined to allow Mr. Mulholland to testify voluntarily and stated to the committee, and I quote, this comes from a letter, "Spending time preparing for a hearing would take Mr. Milholland away from his important role in leading IT development and operation, and we would be disruptive to the IRS," end quote. That is wholly and totally unacceptable. This is part of the solution, not part of the problem, and the accountability before Congress is part of this issue. Preparing for, testifying at a hearing on IT issues in front of this committee does not take away from the important role. It's a key part of your important role. The committee hopes the IRS's attitude and position is not widespread against federal government, and it's a change in attitude from the IRS commissioner. IRS commissioner insisted that he personally be here to testify, but we want to have the people who are actually responsible in the day-to-day and spend 100% of their day working on this issue. It's very frustrating. Taxpayers deserve a government that leverages technology to serve them rather than one that deploys unsecure, decades-old technology that places their sensitive and personal information at risk. We have a long way to go to get from COBOL to the cloud, but I'm committed to helping us get there. I know other members of the committee are working on this as well, and I want to duly note Ranking Member Cummings, Chairman Hurd, Ranking Member Kelly, Chairman Meadows, and Ranking Member Conley among those who are spending a significant amount of time trying to help tackle and solve the problem, and I appreciate their insight and their participation. This is not a partisan issue. We all need to come together on this on both sides of the aisle. It is the right thing to do, and it's a vital part of the infrastructure that we need in order to have a fully functional government. So we'll have a good hearing today. Appreciate the witnesses being here. We'll now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Cummings, for his comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There has been an increasing number of sophisticated cyber attacks against federal agencies like the Office of Personnel Management, as well as private sector companies like Anthem, Primera, and Sony Pictures. These devastating cyber attacks highlight the challenges faced by public agencies and the private sector in keeping their systems secure from determined, sophisticated cyber spies. They also highlight the need for strong congressional action to help agencies strengthen their security and modernize their information technology systems. The problem, however, is that Republicans in Congress have spent the last several years making massive cuts to federal agency budgets, making it harder for these agencies to upgrade their information systems, let alone maintain the systems they have. The Internal Revenue Service is a prime example. Republicans slashed the IRS budget by almost 17% over the past 5 years, cutting it from $12.2 billion in 2010 to $11.2 billion in 2016. They cannot pretend that budget cuts of this magnitude have no effects. Obviously, these massive cuts reduce the amount of funding the IRS could devote to system upgrades. These cuts also impair the ability of the IRS to hire and retain the staff needed to modernize and replace outdated information systems. As a result of these massive cuts, the IRS IT staff has dropped from 7,385 employees in 2011 to 6,730 employees today. I completely agree that federal agencies desperately need to upgrade their information technology systems. But if we want to talk about a ticking time bomb, let's talk about it. The ticking time bomb here is that Republicans keep slashing agency budgets year after year and pretending that these actions have no negative repercussions. Just yesterday, Republicans on the House Appropriations Committee released their fiscal year 2017 budget, and it would slash another $236 million from the IRS budget. We cannot expect federal agencies to modernize, replace, and strengthen their information systems against determined, sophisticated cyber attackers without giving them the resources and tools they need to do so. This is why I'm proud to co-sponsor the Information Technology Modernization Act that was recently proposed by the Obama administration and introduced in the House by my colleague from the state of Maryland, Congressman Steny Hoyer. Our fellow committee members, Representatives Connolly, Lieu, Kelly, and Duckworth, are also co-sponsoring this bill. The bill would improve cybersecurity by establishing a dedicated $3.1 billion information technology modernization fund to help agencies replace their outdated information systems with more modern, adaptive, and secure systems. The bill would take some of the best practices from the private sector by establishing a revolving loan fund that would be dedicated for the purpose of funding wholesale upgrades and replacing outdated information technology infrastructure. The fund would be self-sustaining because agencies that receive money for modernization projects would be required to repay it over time. By doing this, the bill would ensure that the fund can continue to support modernization projects into the future. The bill also would create an independent review board with experts in acquisition and cybersecurity to oversee the fund and review proposals from agencies to upgrade their systems. The board would provide technical support to agencies in implementing modernization plans, and it would provide regular monitoring to ensure that every project that receives funding would be subject to centralized oversight and expertise. As the Government Accountability Office's newly released report on federal agency IT systems found, federal agencies spend almost 75% of their budgets on maintaining current computer systems, 75%, which leaves little for funding the development of more modern but costly technologies that are more secure. We hope to have the support of our chairman for this landmark legislation, and the chairman is absolutely right. This is not something that should be done on a partisan basis. This is indeed a bipartisan problem that must have bipartisan solutions. And so I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for calling this important hearing, and I look forward to the testimony of our witnesses today. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record two documents. First is a spreadsheet demonstrating that since President Obama took office until now, there's $6 billion in annual funding increase since the President took office, going from, despite the comments earlier, there are billions of dollars on an annual basis more being spent on IT. I'd also ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the GAO summary of major information technology acquisition failures that total about $8 billion, things that have been started and scuttled, everything from NOAA to the Department of Defense to Veterans Affairs to Homeland Security, and I ask unanimous consent to enter that into the record as well. Without objection, so ordered. I want to hold the record open for 5 legislative days for any members who would like to submit a written statement. It's now time to recognize our witnesses. We're pleased to welcome Mr. Dave Powner, Director of IT Management Issues at the Government Accountability Office. Appreciate your expertise. You've testified before, and we're glad to have you here. Mr. Terry Milholland, Chief Technology Officer at the Internal Revenue Service at the Department of Treasury. Thanks for being with us again. Mr. Terry Halverson, Chief Information Officer at the Department of Defense. Again, we welcome you, Mr. Halverson, and your presence again before this committee. Ms. Beth Killeron, did I pronounce it properly? Killeron, I appreciate you doing it. I believe this is your first time testifying in front of Congress, and we welcome you here today. She is the Acting Deputy Assistant Secretary for Information Technology and Chief Information Officer at the Department of Health and Human Services. Thank you for being here. And the Honorable Tony Scott, the Federal Chief Information Officer at the Office of Management and Budget. Welcome, and thank you all for being here. Pursuant to committee rules, witnesses are to be sworn before they testify. If you will please rise and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Let the record reflect that all witnesses answered in the affirmative. We would appreciate your limiting your verbal comments to 5 minutes. Your entire written statement will be entered into the record. We'll give you a little latitude, but if it gets to be too long, we'll cut you off there so we can ask some pertinent questions. But again, we appreciate you being here. And Mr. Powner, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Chaffetz, Ranking Member Cummings, and members of the committee, thank you for holding this hearing that highlights a significant issue for our nation. We have too many old legacy systems that are not serving citizens well, cost too much to maintain, are at risk of failing, and pose significant security vulnerabilities. This morning I will summarize some of these systems and why we got to this situation, the dire security situation these systems pose, and what needs to occur to fix this issue. I'd like to start by highlighting the fact that the federal government spends roughly 75% of its IT dollars on operations and maintenance and only 25% on modernizing or new development. So last year, roughly $60 billion was spent on legacy and $20 billion went towards new development. Some of this legacy goes towards duplicative systems and inefficient data centers. In your committee's hearing last week, where you administered FATAR implementation grades, that directly addresses this could move savings from the legacy bucket to development and greatly help this situation. At that hearing, Commerce CIO Steve Cooper illustrated this best when he discussed his significant savings resulting from consolidating data centers and how these funds can be moved towards new modernization efforts. Within that $60 billion spend are many old legacy systems, some of which have components over 50 years old. Our report being released today highlights numerous systems that are still being run with outdated languages like assembly, COBOL, and Fortran, have old parts that are obsolete and difficult to find, and contain hardware and software that is no longer supported by vendors. A key point here is that many of these systems are tied to mission-critical functions, not just administrative or financial management systems, not to downplay the importance of those systems. But our report highlights these aging systems that process our tax returns, coordinate operational functions for nuclear forces, determine Social Security eligibility and amounts. In addition, these aging systems maintain information on hazardous materials important to the Department of Transportation. They also serve as a key communications hub for our nation's weather warnings. A couple key reasons why we have this situation is CIO tenure and poor governance over IT spending. Average CIO tenure is roughly only 2 years, and most CIOs are not tackling these large modernization efforts that typically involve massive application and data conversions. Also, agencies' IT governance over legacy spending is typically either lacking or poor at best. Not only are these old systems difficult and expensive to maintain because agencies have to rehire retired programmers or pay a premium to vendors for such services, but they also pose significant security risks. Having all this unsupported hardware and software is a recipe for security breaches. In fact, during our review, we asked for and took pictures of these older systems, and 4 agencies told us that they could not provide us with these pictures because that alone created significant security concerns. This is a difficult yet fixable problem. To address this situation, agencies need to first identify and prioritize their old legacy systems in need of replacement. Tony Scott's draft guidance does just this, and this committee's inquiries also help agencies to complete this first step. Next, agencies need to develop replacement plans with clear milestones for their replacement efforts. Our report highlights far too many instances where these plans are not in place. And finally, these plans need to be implemented effectively by tackling these efforts incrementally and having aggressive governance that monitors progress that should include clear transparency on the IT dashboard. Again, your FATAR implementation grades that stress incremental development and accurate CIO ratings could be extremely helpful in fixing the government's aging legacy system problem. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your leadership on this important issue, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Mr. Milholland, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Chavich, Ranking Member Cummings, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. The IRS recognizes the need to continually work to modernize our information technology. We make every effort to stay current and efficient in our data centers and our processing platforms while remaining vigilant about the security of our systems and the taxpayer data entrusted to us. We operate a number of legacy systems vital to our tax administration mission. Our goal is to retire all of these legacy systems as quickly as possible. We consider them to be legacy because their programming language and data structures generally were designed and built decades ago when computer infrastructure was extremely expensive and technology capabilities were limited. Over time, the underlying hardware and operating infrastructure of the legacy systems have been modernized. Together with the movement to electronic filing technology and despite the restrictions of the programming language and data structures, this modernization has made it possible for the IRS to deliver smooth filing seasons year after year. To give the committee an idea of what our submissions systems can handle, over this last filing season, we received 4.4 million tax returns on our peak day. At that peak, our systems accepted more than 800,000 filings in a single hour, which equates to more than 225 filings per second. But the main challenge posed by our legacy systems is that their data structures stored on computer tapes make it very difficult to use that data in our downstream service and compliance systems to better service taxpayers. So we've been working for many years within the constraints of our budget to transition our legacy systems' programming languages and data structures so that we can make that data more available for more modern web-based applications, data analytics, and for use in other key mission functions like enforcement and compliance. Our most visible effort in this regard has been the development of a centralized relational database for all individual taxpayer accounts called the Customer Account Data Engine, CADE-2. When fully implemented, it will replace the legacy individual master file, or IMF, which historically has been the primary data source for individual taxpayer accounts. And we think that that will happen in 3 major steps, or what we call transition states. And the first step, transition state, in implementing CADE-2 was the launch in January 2002 of that relational database. Up to this point, we've been performing core account process on a weekly basis. Launching this phase of CADE-2 meant that the IRS can now process and post updates to accounts on a daily basis. This has fundamentally changed the way the IRS provides information and services to taxpayers and has delivered significant and lasting benefits to our tax system. For example, taxpayers can now receive their refunds faster, and IRS customer services representatives have much more up-to-date customer account information. This, however, is a complex, multi-step process, not a single switch to be thrown. It's not an easily accomplished action because connections for these legacy systems are intertwined throughout the IRS of both system and data repositories. There's a lot more work to be done on K-2, but the steps we've taken so far have improved our ability to interact with taxpayers efficiently and effectively. I also want to mention that GAO has acknowledged the importance the IRS works in this area. In 2013, GAO removed our Business Systems Modernization Program from its high-risk list. It singled out delivery of the initial phase of K-2 as the main reason for determining that Business Systems Modernization was no longer high risk. I also should point out that all new development work over the past 7 years has been using state-of-the-art programming languages and database technologies so that the problems of older legacy systems will not be repeated. In working to transition our legacy systems to more modern ones, we have a number of challenges. None is more critical than the budget situation. The IRS funding was cut each year for 5 years from 2011 to 2015, and our budget is currently about $900 million from what it was in 2010. Making progress at a faster pace on transitioning our legacy systems will require significant, sustained additional resources in the IT area. Another way Congress can help is by reauthorizing streamlined critical pay authority. The loss of this authority has made it very difficult and time-consuming to recruit and retain employees with expertise in highly technical areas in IT, such as legacy system modernization, cybersecurity, architecture, engineering, and operations. Chairman Chaffetz, Ranking Member Cummings, and members of the committee, this concludes my statement, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you. Mr. Halverson, you're now recognized for 5 minutes. Oh, yeah, microphone, please, microphone.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify before you on the Department of Defense Legacy Information Technology spending plans for modernization and the implications of IT acquisition reform and security. As the Department's CIO, I am the Principal Advisor to the Secretary of Defense for Information Management, IT, Cybersecurity, Communications, Positioning, Navigation and Timing, Spectrum Management, and Senior Leadership and Nuclear Command Control and Communications matters. My written testimony provides more detailed information on these matters, but I want to highlight some of the Department's activities in this area. All the services have modernization plans that align with DoD and service priorities. DoD and the services have recognized some critical areas to which funds have been added for modernization. NC3, PNT, the Joint Regional Security Stacks are some examples. All the services are committed to moving to Windows 10, and we are working on moving to a common private cloud supported by various hybrid and public clouds. The Department and services are committed to modernization as it relates to improved cybersecurity. For example, within the services, the Army is moving forward on upgrading its camp, post station, and base communications IT infrastructure. The Air Force is implementing Communications Squadron Next. The Navy is moving forward with shipboard modernization with programs such as CANES, and the USMC has focused its efforts to modernize IT at the edge by creating a seamless Marine Corps enterprise network. I believe we are correctly balancing between mission priorities, legacy systems, and modernization within current budget constraints. Today, about 25% of our budget goes to modernization. That doesn't mean we don't have challenges or that there are enough resources. Op-tempo also has a major impact on IT equipment and modernization. DoD has been busy, and we continue to have high demand for our services. Our priority for investment is C2 systems and direct combat support systems. We aren't modernizing business systems as fast as we would like, but we have prioritized DoD resources to ensure overall mission success. DoD is Fortune Zero. It is the largest IT operation in the world. I think it's important to note DoD is not out of balance with large enterprise non-IT private sector. We are not out of balance in investment, use of cloud, percentage of using older languages. I think we should note that Cobalt runs 70 to 80% of all business transactions in the world. IT modernization competes for dollars with other DoD modernization efforts like aviation platforms, ships, weapons, combat vehicles, etc. Again, I think we've got the priorities right, given the budget constraints. The budget, however, is constrained, and that affects all modernization efforts to include IT. And while I am the CIO, DoD must look at the entirety of the department's modernization efforts, not just IT, and prioritize accordingly. Thank you for the time, and I look forward to your questions today.
Thank you. Ms. Killeran? Did I get it better that time?
Thank you. Good morning.
You're now recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Choate and Ranking Member Cummings and members of the committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss our legacy federal IT technology at HHS. As the Chief Information Officer acting for the Department of Health and Human Services, my testimony today will describe how we have been able to decrease some of our end-of-life systems through both a risk mitigation approach as well as our plans moving forward. HHS is the U.S. government's principal agency for protecting the health of all Americans and providing essential human services, especially for those who are least able to help themselves. Information technology is critical to enabling HHS to achieve its mission by fostering advances in medicine, public health, and social services. HHS currently spends approximately $5 billion annually on our internal IT and over $7 billion in IT grants that are primarily given to states and local agencies to facilitate our programs. In managing our IT programs, one of the key risks associated with operational systems is our ability to secure them. Last year, HHS did make measurable progress in our increase of our Federal Information Security Modernization Act score, or FISMA. But our work there isn't done. HHS is currently working to implement the next phase of Einstein, and we are working to improve our trusted internet connection and deploy different tools under DHS's Continuous Diagnostics and Mitigation Program. All of this work will not only strengthen our systems, but will build an HHS cyber sprint success that we had and strengthen our overall cyber infrastructure resiliency. When our agency decides to replace a legacy system, cloud offerings can help our agency reduce time to develop those products and services. Cloud solutions have helped already HHS reduce program risk and development time. Our most successful cloud implementation to date is our HHS financial systems upgrade of our core backbone, which occurred last year. This ambitious program modernized our IT infrastructure by using cloud capabilities to improve our systems overall. And through a shared technology, we were able to add cutting-edge technology in a shorter period of time. Given the importance of our IT mission, I worked diligently over the last year to also improve our IT portfolio review process, and through this I have launched a number of initiatives in collaboration with our operating divisions to address the most common systematic issues, improve transparency, and enhance governance. Our HHS Federal Information Technology Reform Act implementation plan helps support that path moving forward. One initiative that I've done is to enhance our program evaluation model to make sure that we are looking at enterprise risk overall, and implemented changes to how we look at and score our programs for the IT Federal Dashboard last October. This new model incorporates new risks, operational performance objectives, and factors both from scoring and risk factors that OMB has established in GAO. This data is used to closely monitor our IT programs and risk and identify those that are risk, and if something is at high risk for a certain period of time, we do conduct tech stats, of which we actually conducted 10 within the last year, and including both of the programs cited in the recent GAO report. And we will continue to work on mitigating risk as we look at our legacy systems and work to improve. By working one-on-one with our program managers, we can increase the probability of success, and we have found that investing in those individuals is critical to our success. We've trained 300 people over the last year, and we are having HHS human capital pilot to increase our cybersecurity workforce and competencies over the next year. HHS does have significantly more on operations, 71%, than on our development at 29%. HHS recognizes the need for greater development spending, but challenges exist. Some of our challenges include lack of authority on certain grantee systems, the ability to make sure that we're accomplishing federal mandates, the interdependencies of our systems, and funding by smaller organizations. As we move forward with some of these capabilities, we will make sure that we look at our inventory and make sure that our FOTARA plan establishes how we will evaluate those and look at our modernization moving forward. One way that we know that we can address a funding challenge is by Congress passing the IT Modernization Fund. This model can help agencies with upgrading their systems, and the business case we have is our non-recurring expense fund. This has provided to use unobligated balances to allow us to make changes to our critical systems. And we've succeeded in enhancing our DM&E significantly from 2012 and 13 to current standards. Simply put, doing nothing is not doing nothing. As systems age, the risks to security, reliability, and availability have to be addressed. To reduce exploitation and system vulnerabilities associated risks, we need to look at those systems and make sure that we are looking at business and security risks to make our priorities. Thank you for your time, and I will yield to any questions you might have.
Thank you. Mr. Scott, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chairman Chaffetz, Ranking Member Cummings, members of the committee. I appreciate the invitation to appear before you today. As has been noted, federal agencies spend nearly 3/4 of their IT budgets maintaining legacy systems, and they're particularly vulnerable to malicious cyber activity, and they're often unable to utilize current cybersecurity best practices such as data encryption, multi-factor authentication, and other techniques. But in addition to posing security vulnerabilities, these systems are often very inefficient and subject to rising costs over time and the inability to meet mission requirements. To address these challenges, the administration has proposed the creation of an Information Technology Modernization Fund to facilitate the transition of federal systems to more secure, cost-effective, and more modern infrastructures such as cloud platforms. The ITMF would address these challenges associated with legacy IT by better aligning with the following private sector best practices. First, a board of experts acting independently of any one agency will review agency proposals and select the highest priority projects across the government, ensuring that the federal government's most pressing and highest risk systems are targeted for replacement. Second, the ITMF will require agencies to pay back the funds as projects complete. Doing so will ensure that projects receive significant buy-in and attention from agency leadership, and that over time the ITMF is self-sustaining and continues to support future modernization projects. We estimate that the $3.1 billion in one-time seed funding could address at least $12 billion in modernization projects over the first 10 years and would continue to remain available in the future. Third, experts in IT acquisition and development will provide expertise to agencies in implementing their modernization plans. To increase the probability of success, every project that receives funding will have access to centralized expertise, including a public-facing dashboard that tracks key milestones and financial expenditure data. Fourth, the ITMF will have the ability to provide funding in smaller increments tied to real-world delivery of working products. This agile approach ensures that agencies employ modern development techniques and that these funds support successful projects. And finally, by requiring agencies to apply and compete for incremental funding, the ITMF will provide strong incentives for agency leadership to develop and implement comprehensive, high-quality, and cost-effective modernization plans. Retiring or modernizing vulnerable and inefficient legacy IT systems will not only make the government more secure, it will also save us money. As a means of acting on this necessary next step, we look forward to working with Congress on enacting the ITMF, which will enhance agencies' ability to protect sensitive data, reduce costs, and deliver world-class digital services to the American people. I thank the committee for holding this hearing, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Thank you all. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes, but I'm going to yield my time to the chairman of the subcommittee on IT, Mr. Hurd of Texas.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and ranking members' leadership on this issue. I always say that nobody's going to hold a rally for IT procurement, but when I'm back home, everybody asks about this question because they recognize that $80 billion is being spent on IT procurement. 80% of it's on legacy systems. It's about using American taxpayers' dollar wisely. It's about making sure we have an efficient government that's providing services to our citizens, and it's making sure that we're using technology that's keeping us safe and protecting our digital infrastructure. My first question is to Mr. Halverson. Are you familiar with the, when did you come into the position as CIO?
I've been in this position about 2.5 years.
Okay, are you familiar with the Expeditionary Combat Support System?
I am.
And that is a system that was canceled in 2012 after spending more than $1 billion and failing to deploy within the 5 years of initially obligating funds. Is that accurate?
It is.
One of the things that we're looking at in the FITARA scorecard is incremental development. It's major development investments, and are they achieving measurable goals every 6 months? DOD is listed as an F when it comes to delivering this. As of May 2016, only 41% of those projects were being delivered. In asking for a modernization fund and additional funds, what is going to be done differently in Department of Defense to ensure that if you do have more money for investments on updating legacy IT systems, that you're going to actually hit the mark on time?
I would say a couple things. One, we are a little out of sync with the grading criteria in that we have a 6 to 12 month, not a 0 to 6 month grade within DOD. We are moving that more forward. Since I've been in, we have leveled that time to 6 to 12. It was higher before. I think if you look at the things we have done recently, you will see that we are doing things that are modernization. The move to Windows 10 is the single biggest move to a single operating system ever undertaken by any organization. We are getting that done. We have a year time frame. We are on track to do that. We'll hit 80% of DOD in the year. We have done more modernization with the commercial sector, and I think that is the important piece that we need to recognize here. Our modernization needs to be done much more in conjunction with partnership with the commercial sector.
So Mr. Halverson, are you saying buy, not build?
I am saying buy, mostly not build.
Excellent. The next question is for Mr. Mulholland. What is Treasury's strategy to manage unsupported technologies such as the mainframe capabilities, where it states that Treasury will assume the risk of the expired support technology? You know, we send a letter out to every agency asking for old programming languages being used, systems that are no longer supported by vendors, and in some of these systems that are no longer supported by vendors, Treasury is saying that they're assuming the risk for that expired technology. What's the strategy to manage these unsupported technologies?
I am not the Treasury CIO, so I can't speak completely, but we are a large part of that organization.
Well, in some of these, the responses, it was saying that IRS will be assuming the responsibility for that, for managing that. So
Yes. We believe all of the technologies we have today are in fact supported. We might write, for example, when we were completing the drive to get to Windows 7, we worked out a special support need with Microsoft to cover the Windows XP environments while we were completing the job, for example. The rest of the environments, like what you call the mainframe, which is a System Z, is in fact fully supported by the supplier IBM. It's a very modern operating system. We're running Linux on the Z. In fact, our main migration path for all new development is to build these applications with Java and run it on the Z, or wherever best. It could be on an Intel processor. We also are using the dollars to say, stay current, whether it's the BIOS, whether it's the operating system, whether it's the middleware, whether it's the tools you're using, or the Koch product, be no more than N or N-1 versions behind.
Copy, Ms. Mulholland, and I only have 10 seconds left. Do you have a modernization roadmap that creates a common modern platform for mission delivery?
Absolutely. In fact, we have shared it with this committee. We called it the Technology Roadmap, part of delivering of what we call the future state for the IRS.
And where are you in implementation?
We're just at the very beginning for that, for the migration to be the digital enterprise, but part of that is the modernization of all the legacy systems, which includes replacing that assembly language code with Java. That's part and driven by the K2 project, which is underway.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chairman, I
gentlemen.
yield back.
We'll now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the ranking member for his ongoing support that has allowed us to elevate this issue in this committee and actually create an enormous common ground. Thank you, Mr. Cummings, especially. Welcome to the panel. Mr. Scott, when we look, we're talking about legacy systems, but has there been a comprehensive audit of federal agencies so we actually know the full universe we're talking about?
There is a data collection effort underway currently where we hope to gain better insight into actually what it is. I would say that some of this is problematic in the sense that much of the data isn't automated in the sense that you can just push a button and get a digital report in the as-is environment. So, so we don't have a comprehensive,
but the fact
highly accurate.
But the fact of the matter is, anecdotally, right, we've had, maybe we still have, federal agencies with multiple email systems.
Correct.
Not all of which are compatible. Multiple HR systems, not all of which are compatible. Huge numbers of data centers that proliferated, and God only knows what coordination exists among the thousands of data centers we're trying to consolidate, and legacy systems. And on top of legacy systems, isn't it also true we've got widely distributed software products that also need updating and patching?
This is correct. And one of the techniques we've used to estimate the level of legacy systems is I recently went to some of our key suppliers of network, storage, compute equipment, and asked them to provide us data in terms of what they know about the federal government. One of the interesting things coming back was, in many cases, we pay for support contracts for hardware, software that they have sold the federal government. I asked them to look at what is either expired or will expire in the next 3 years to try to get some handle on what that might look like, just from their own records. This is systems that we're paying today for support contracts on. In just the next 3 years, we'll have over $3 billion worth of hardware, software, and services that will go out of support, meaning no spare parts, no patches, no upgrades, no security.
And isn't it also true, I'm running out of time, so forgive me for interrupting, but that we've had to hire 3,427 IT professionals just to maintain legacy systems?
That sounds about right, yes.
Wow. Any idea what the estimated cost is to replace all the legacy systems in the federal government?
We don't have an accurate estimate of that. We've tried to triangulate it in a number of different ways. That's why we ended up with the $3 billion proposal. We think that's at the low end of what it would be required to make a meaningful start to this. But I think the more important concept we should all embrace is, given the rapid advance of technology, we really need to get into a continuous upgrade mode, not a, wait till it breaks mode.
And I want to deal with something, because the Chairman has, on several occasions, cited the fact that you've got $82 billion a year you spend in procurement. He cited in his opening statement the fact that this administration, over its lifespan, has increased that total amount represents an increase of about $6 billion. Why isn't that sufficient? Why do you need more money? Why do you need this modernization fund when you've got such a substantial amount of money we're spending every year, and that even that amount might be understated in terms of not capturing other expenses within the federal family.
I agree with the wide observation that there is an opportunity to save money. The challenge is that, as was already said, a lot of that money is spent on just keeping the lights on the current old stuff. Unfortunately, we can't shut that off until we have a replacement in place. So you can't actually capture the savings until after you've done something to replace it. And that's why this concept's important.
Well, in sort of dovetailing with the chairman's, I think one of the chairman's points, I do think the burden's going to be on the federal government, the executive branch. Okay, let's say we authorize the modernization fund, buying the argument that we're going to have to make an initial outlay to achieve savings. There's going to have to be a codified savings and efficiency plan that shows we can make IRS and DOD and HHS and every other federal agency this much more efficient and either keep a budget stable or, in fact, effectuate net savings because we have replaced those legacy systems. I think if you want Congress, I think the chairman has expressed that it is counterintuitive that we would actually need to add more money. And I think you can sell that, the argument you just made, Mr. Scott, if you can demonstrate, and here will be the payoff. Here's the return on that investment. And I think we have to spend some real time with Congress in making that case. I yield back.
And I think the gentleman, because those last comments I do agree with. I think that is the seminal question that we have to get out and agree that that is the question that we need to analyze on that particular piece of legislation. Now I recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Micah, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this. It's kind of a meat and potato hearing. It's not flashy like some we do. I had the privilege to serve with a very capable ranking member, Mr. Conley, with government operations, and he was very knowledgeable. In fact, more knowledgeable than I was when I assumed that position, and learned a lot from him. Our objective was to look at the total amount of money that we were spending at the time, which at that time was $80 billion. And now I see with your report that was released today, they're spending $89 billion. The estimate when Mr. Conley and I were doing a review was that about 50% of this money is wasted, either on outdated technology, on duplicate data centers. With GAO or OMB, is that, would you say about 50% is not properly spent, is wasted? Is that still about where we are? Yeah, you can jump at the first.
Yeah, I think it would make sense to say if you've missed multiple generations of the opportunity to improve your computing environment, you are wasting money. It's very clear.
What do you think, GAO?
I don't know if it's 50 or, I will say this, I don't know if I have a precise number. There's a lot of money spent on inefficient operations, data centers, and there's a lot of failed acquisitions, so clearly there are billions wasted.
Your report says federal legacy IT investments are becoming increasingly obsolete. Many use outdated software languages and hardware parts that are unsupported. Agencies reported using systems that have components that are, in some cases, at least 50 years old. This is your finding.
Correct.
So half of, well, we won't even go half if we just go $40 billion in waste. When Mr. Conley and I started this exercise, we asked you all how many data centers there were, and I think first we got 800 or something, and then we got 1,200, then we got, oh my God, we were in the thousands. I was interested to see your report here, how many thousand data centers we have. What is that current number?
About 10,500.
10,500. What would you guesstimate we could reduce that to?
Well, we've closed 3,100 to date, saved $2.8 billion. We can close another 2,000 and save $5.4 billion.
So,
And I think that 5.4 is greatly understated because many agencies do
so
not
we
have
can
any
actually
plans.
spend less and get better technology, better results, and improved systems. Is that correct?
Yeah, we need to definitely get more
So-
modern.
The opening salvo from the other side was Republicans are slashing the money, but actually, we have actually saved money by going to cloud. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, there have been savings.
And there are certain securities. We have certain concerns about security. We do have the cyber threat. A great deal of the data in the federal government is not classified or necessarily high security risk, is it, Mr. Powner?
A
great deal of
It
the-
varies.
Yeah.
It clearly varies.
But again, your report points out there can be very substantial savings. Consolidating these data centers, 10,000, we've done some, and then moving to cloud and other. Now, the question came from Mr. Hurd a little bit about, let's say, buy or build, and the answer was build. What about buy or lease? Can somebody say we should be leasing? The problem is that federal government buys equipment, and the equipment, I'll take you back here, we've got it even in our offices, is outdated. Maybe Mr. Davis bought some of it, but now Mr. Chaffetz has inherited it. And that's the way agencies work, the same way. So buy or lease, anyone want to respond? Mr. Scott, Mr. Powner?
Well, I think our guidance as proposed would rate projects that use cloud, use these more modern techniques, the buy by the drink kind of thing versus build it yourself. That's a high scoring criteria
But where
for
you're
those
going to
projects.
get hard equipment in an office, buy or lease.
You have to have a replacement strategy, and
You have
often
to-
that means leasing.
Yeah, so I think clearly we want to build less in the federal government. There's less risk with that.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee in IT, Ms. Kelly of Illinois, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As ranking member of the IT subcommittee, I've been working with Chairman Hurd on the very issue of legacy systems. One of the topics consistently discussed is moving to the cloud. The CIO.gov website says the government's current information technology environment is characterized by, and I quote, low asset utilization, a fragmented demand for resources, duplicative systems, environments which are difficult to manage, and long procurement times. It goes on to say, and I quote, cloud computing has the potential to play a major part in addressing these inefficiencies. Mr. Scott, can you briefly explain what is cloud computing?
Generally, it is a environment that leverages the power of virtualization, of compute, of storage, of networking, as though it were one operating system, but allows individual programs to scale up or scale down and get better asset utilization in aggregate than would be the case of in the alternative, which is have a bunch of individual servers. It's often surrounded by sets of utilities and other mechanisms that allow for the provisioning and deprovisioning of compute environments very quickly, which also saves time and makes IT more efficient.
And so you started explaining what an important role it can play in helping agencies modernize their IT systems. Can you expand on that?
Well, one of the benefits of cloud is the agility factor and then just the scale that most cloud environments exist in. So I used to talk about the double-double rule as the primary way by which system engineers create compute. And if you're, in the old days, an engineer and you're configuring a server, you'd figure out what it was going to take to support that application. You'd double it, and then you would double it again. And that was just an unwritten rule about how engineers would configure systems. And so it was no wonder that when you went into the data center, you would find things running at 15 or 20% of their capacity. What cloud does is aggregate all of that together, and you can run the whole plant at 70 or 80 or 90% efficiency instead of 15%, and that saves money.
Can you tell us what, if anything, the Office of Management and Budget has been doing to encourage agencies to move toward cloud computing solutions?
As we've talked with agencies about their plans, we've highlighted the opportunity to do that and ask questions. We're requiring them to show us what their modernization plans are, and highly favoring both cloud but also virtualization and other modern development techniques. We're encouraging the buying of services rather than developing them themselves, and we're also encouraging the use of shared services. So one of the challenges is, in the old world, every agency thought it had to do everything top to bottom by itself, and as was mentioned in the case of email or shared networks or payroll systems or financial systems, there's a great opportunity to use more shared services and not have every agency do everything top to bottom on its own.
I'm glad to hear that, because I wondered in another hearing but didn't get a chance to ask the question about how often do we share. Back in July 2010, David McClure, then Associate Administrator of General Services Administration, testified before this committee that cloud computing would, and I quote, increase the overall IT security posture of the government. Can you explain how cloud computing can improve the federal government's overall IT security?
We have a FedRAMP standard that takes all of the best practices of security and puts together a template and a process that providers can certify against, that includes background checks and other things like that on the people that are actually operating the systems, and taken all together is much more comprehensive than what we would typically find in, a sampling of individual agencies or individual environments. So, and these are businesses that depend on high security for their reputation and future business models. So they often take it far more seriously than, and can put the resources towards it that maybe a small organization might not be able to.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank the lady, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Farenthold, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Milholland, you and I think several other members of the panel testified that one of the things holding you back from getting rid of these legacy systems and upgrading was budget concerns. I have to tell you, one of the things I consistently hear from everybody who comes into my office, whether they're advocating for education or increased medical research, is give me more money today and I will give you savings tomorrow. Now, this is, I think, part of our federal government budgeting mentality is we don't think enough like the private sector. You look at what's happening in the private sector right now. When I started practicing law, we were on IBM Selectrics. We moved to a mini computer and moved to a PC network. And we went from one assistant for every lawyer now to one assistant for every 4 or 5 lawyers through the technology. You look at what the IRS has done. You've got millions of people e-filing your taxes. You now don't need people in data centers keying that into the computer. So the savings are coming naturally. So I have a kind of a two-part question here. One, can you quantify, if you give me X, I'll say $1 billion today, I will save you Y billion dollars over the next, and we'll take a lifespan of a computer 5 to 7 years, and can that be quantified? And second of all, isn't there a way within your budget to pay for this incrementally with the savings you're going to get?
I'll try to answer that two-part question. With respect to the IRS, an investment in the IRS, people have said returns about, for every dollar, $4 in revenue to the U.S. Often, a lot of that occurs because of the investment in the underlying IT infrastructure. Where we have suffered is that the budget has been reducing, not staying flat. I've been told that we're basically
Right, so
back.
isn't that what we're trying to do? I'm going to give you a dollar, and then over the next 10 years, I'm going to reduce your budget by $4, and we're going to be in the same place by your figures.
But, sir, you've also increased the tasks that we have. For example, far more people now are, in fact, filing income tax.
Well, I'd be much happier if you guys weren't having to fool with Obamacare, I'll tell you that.
Well, there are a number of unfunded mandates like that we've had to absorb, whether it's been Obamacare, FATCA, there's HCTC, the ABLE Act passed.
I don't have much time, so let me go to Mr. Scott, and can you talk about that on a broader scale?
Yeah, in fact, if we could show the chart that I brought, I don't know if they can flip that up. What we did is we studied, we took a sample out of our database of projects across the federal government. This is across hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of investments, where there was a injection of modernization money prior to 2013. And then we looked and we compared that against projects where there was no injection, and what happened to the maintenance costs of those investments over time. And what you see is a very clear trend. Where there was no injection of money to go fix things, costs continued to rise at a rate of around 6%.
But this number doesn't even take in reduced personnel cost. I'm assuming that if we modernize technology, as we see in law firms or banks with ATMs instead of tellers, we ought to even see a bigger cost increase as people are able to work more efficiently. So we ought to be able to save money and deliver better service to the hardworking American taxpayers who are our customers.
I think we would see, if we factored all those factors in, an even sharper drop in the in cases, as is shown in the chart there, where there was an investment, costs would continue to go down at a much faster rate. So they went down at least 5% a year on average where there was an injection.
I would love to see an agency come in here and say, all right, give me this much money to modernize my IT, and you can cut my budget by this much.
Well, this is actual data over, at least 4-year period based on actual experience in the government. So I think it proves the case.
All right, if I'm able to get back for a second round of questions, I do want to address the DOD hackathon and the success that has, but my time has expired and I will yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentleman from California for 5 minutes, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first say I've read the biographies of the witnesses today, and all of you could be making a lot more money in the private sector, so thank you for your public service. I do have a question for Mr. Halverson. The GAO identified a 53-year-old legacy system in the Department of Defense known as the Strategic Automated Command and Control System. This system coordinates the operational functions of the United States nuclear forces, such as intercontinental ballistic missiles and nuclear bombers. Is that correct?
Not exactly.
All right, what does this system do?
It is a tertiary, and I can only go into this system a little bit. It is a tertiary system that is responsible for delivering two small, very important messages as a third backup. That is what that system does today. It is a tertiary system, and we are actually investing in the NC3 system to change the way we deliver that whole product.
And the reason you can't talk more is because the rest is classified?
That is correct.
Okay. This system is still running on an IBM Series 1 computer, which is a 1970s computing system according to GAO and written in assembly language code. The GAO also reports that this system currently uses 8-inch floppy disks, which are 1970s era storage device. Is that accurate, sir?
That is correct.
Okay. So this system also, I think as you noted, sends and receives emergency action messages to nuclear forces. Is that correct?
Tertiary system for doing that, yes, sir.
No, I got that, but it does send and receive emergency action messages to nuclear forces. And you would agree our nuclear forces are pretty darn important?
I would.
Okay. You had in your testimony earlier today said that the Department of Defense is not out of balance with other private sector companies and that your priorities are right. Are you aware of any other successful private sector company that uses 8-inch floppy disks?
I am not, but I am aware of other private companies that use similar technology. No one is saying that we should continue to use the 8-inch disks much longer, but I would point out a couple things. The reliability factor on that system is where I need it to be, which is 5 nines, 99.999%. It is completely secure because it's a closed system. So while I want to fix it, all I'm saying is in the priority of things I need to fix, that will be in probably year 3 of my next 5-year plan. It is not in the it's not in the top priority of things I think either I want to fix or you would want me to fix in terms of priority.
And well, why are you fixing it at all if it's not as important as you say it is, if it's just this classified system you can't really even talk about for nuclear forces?
I didn't say it wasn't important. I said it was the tertiary system. And what I am fixing is the entire way that we're going to deliver that whole process. I won't actually replace this system. The system is going to go away, be replaced by a different method of delivery.
And it'll be done by year 3?
It will.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, Ms. Killeran, I have a question for you about another system that GAO identified. It's the Health and Human Services Medicare Appeal System. Can you explain what that is?
Yes, so that system is a system that we actually have that Platons can file appeals to claims that they have. It actually is a business process flow and goes through 3 of the 5 levels of appeals.
And a fair number of Americans have Medicare appeals, and this system helps them?
Yes, yes, and it allows them to get not only notifications and status, but it also sends out letters to information.
And the system also helps respond to congressional inquiries, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any plans to update that legacy system?
So that legacy system it's 10 years old. We actually do have, the system has been updated to make sure that the software is current and the hardware is current. One of the things that we slightly disagree with on the audit is just because something has a particular age doesn't necessarily mean that it's end of life. As Mr. Scott had talked about, all of the operating system, the software, and the hardware for this particular system is completely up to date and supported by the vendor at this time. So we don't have a plan to replace, but we are going to keep updating it and making sure that it is current.
So your view is the system is working currently, and there's no need to upgrade it?
So we have been doing continual upgrades as we have different mandates, and there have been requirements for operating system changes and software to keep it current, yes.
Thank you. And let me conclude by thanking Ranking Member Cummings and Chairman Chaffetz for holding this hearing. And I want to thank the Ranking Member for his support of the IT modernization bill, which I'm a co-author as well, and hopefully we can get that through. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Mulvaney, for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. I'm over here in the corner. I guess my questions are, Mr. Connolly was here, and I'm always frightened when I agree with him, but I agree with him more and more when we do these oversight hearings. I want to focus a little bit on how we got here. And I heard the ranking member talk about the draconian budget cuts. Mr. Milholland, I heard you mention draconian budget cuts. And certainly at the IRS, I apologize, I don't have the HHS numbers or DOD, so I don't appear to want to be picking on the IRS, but it's the numbers I could get in the last 5 minutes. And certainly your budget has been cut in the last couple of years. 3% this year was up 0.8% the year before that, down 5% the year before that, down 2.5% the year before that. But I think we'd all agree that this is, when you're still using technology and computer systems from the 70s and the 80s, this is not a problem that started in 2012. Okay? And I see that Mr. Milholland is nodding his head. I go back to 2000, Mr. Milholland, when the Republicans were in charge, actually, and your budget went up almost 6%. The next year, 8.5%. The next year, almost 4%. Then 4%. 4% after that. And the Democrats take over in 2007. Your budget is up 4.7%, 3.8%, 5.4%. How can you really sit there and tell us this is money? I mean, you got bigger increases than everybody else in the country in 2008. I can assure you there were private industries and businesses and households that didn't see a 5.4% increase in their budgets during the recession. I mean, how can you sit there with a straight face and say it's money? Because while that's convenient today and ties into what the ranking member was saying, haven't you been mismanaging the money since the 1970s and 1980s? Isn't that the only way you end up in this problem?
I think there is a different way to characterize it than management. I can't speak for my predecessors at all, but decisions made back in the 70s and continued into the 80s and 90s and the first decade of this century basically said, let's build a set of systems that automate the paper processing set of systems. So the way taxes were handled in the 40s and 50s and 60s became automated in the way that computer systems were designed. That means that when you file your taxes even electronically today, they're actually batched up electronically in a set of files that then need to be passed from system to system. And there are lots and lots of interconnections that make that possible. The program was written in assembly language, and by the way, it's written very elegantly. It is incredibly well engineered for the time it was designed and built. The underlying infrastructure is very much state-of-the-art. That's why we can process returns so fast. But we're constrained by those past decisions and the ability to share that data with, I'll just say, new programs that we want to provide.
Does anybody,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Does anybody that you know of, does anybody on the whole panel, does anybody in the private sector do it the way the government does it? Are there any private companies out there using 8-inch floppy disks and expired languages and machines they can't get pieces for? Is there anybody out there who does this?
There are certainly companies that use old programming languages, like assembly language and COBOL and Fortran and others. Most are converting themselves, like we are, to a modern programming language. All new development, beginning with Java, for example, or other modern programming languages, they use modern development techniques so that you start with building a data model for your enterprise rather than have it as an afterthought with security built in. I think the current practices, we would not have done it that way if we had the knowledge we have today.
Mr. Milholland, you mentioned something about your predecessor, and someone mentioned something in the previous testimony. How long have you been in this position at the IRS?
I've been here not quite 8 years.
Gotcha. What is the average tenure, and this is maybe to the OMB, the GAO, what's the average tenure of a CIO at our major agencies?
2 years.
Is that a problem?
It's a huge problem.
Why?
Well, in regards to legacy systems, what CIO wants to come in over a 2-year period and undertake one of these massive conversion efforts? They pick the low-hanging fruit and get quick wins, and they don't tackle the difficult stuff often enough.
Who controls the tenure of a CIO at a major agency or department? Is it Congress? Anybody?
Well, it depends.
Who
Some are
decides?
Senate confirmed. Most are appointed politically.
Right, but if we're going to say that Mr. Halverson's going to be CIO at DOD and we're going to leave him there 2 years, whose call is that? Is it ours or is it somebody else's?
Depending on when the 2 years start, it would generally be the Secretary of Defense's call, but if I am politically appointed, so I will change out with the administration.
Gotcha. It's an executive decision, right? It was sort of a rhetorical question. Correct. Yeah, Congress doesn't say that you have a 2-year term at DOD or a 2-year term at HHS or at any agency. It's an executive decision under both administrations, because, Mr. Powner, I take it your data goes back to Republican administrations as well.
Yeah, it goes back a long ways. We've done multiple studies dating back for years on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the ranking member for holding this hearing. It's very important. I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the GAO report to congressional requesters entitled Federal Agencies, the Need to Address Aging Legacy Systems. And we've been referring to that during our questions. Just want to get it on the record. And
Without objection, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also, I've got another report here that was generated with a bunch of folks, including Department of Homeland Security, Intel, EMC, a whole bunch of people. and it's entitled 2016 Data Breach Investigations Report.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. The trend that the data are indicating from these reports is that the reports are that the time frame for breaches and infiltration is going down. So it's measured now in days or in many cases minutes. Yet our time for detecting breaches and infiltrations and the detection of fraud and response is weeks and months. So the numbers are going against us. Time is not on our side, as some have said. At a previous hearing, we had OPM up here, and they did not even encrypt the Social Security numbers for 21.5 million federal employees. So while I hear a lot of this positive talk, I am concerned about factually what's going on. Mr. Powner, the GAO did a great report, by the way. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. But one of the GAO's key findings is, and I quote, while federal agencies had specific plans to retire or modernize some of these legacy investments, most of those legacy investments did not have specific plans with timeframes, with activities to be performed, or functions to be replaced or enhanced. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So all this talk here, it's happy talk, and it worries me, especially after Mr. Liu's line of questioning. With respect to the with respect to the Internal Revenue Service individual master file, GAO stated, and I quote, "The agency has general plans to update the system, but there is no time frame established for this transition." Would you agree with that? That was that statement? Yeah, I'm going to ask you next, Mr. Milholland.
Yeah, that's true. I will add, though, there's been a lot of good work done to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, that's not what I'm asking.
Mr. Milholland started, and I will say, you know, his tenure over 6 years, he's done a lot.
I know, he's a pal.
And hopefully he can stick around a little bit longer and get IMF decommissioned.
Yeah, it's not what I want to hear. But, you know, as Mr. Mulvaney said, this problem didn't happen yesterday. You're not to blame, you know, for the existence of this problem, but we got to do better, a lot better. So, Mr. Mulholland, you want to defend yourself? Go ahead.
We, in fact, do have an...
And thank you for your service, by the way. We just got a problem here. We got to fix it. So
yes, sir.
Criticism.
I described the replacement of the individual master file. We're doing it in 3 phases. The second phase will end in 2019, at the latest 2020, again, depending on funding. The principal issue there is now to convert the mainline code from assembly language to Java. Okay. We, in fact, have tackled the hardest, knottiest, most grunniest part of this code, which is critical for processing taxpayer returns, to convert it to Java. Okay. We, in fact, think literally we found a breakthrough that we can do this. We think we can apply for 3 patents for this. Okay. That will allow, once we're done,
happy to hear that.
Happen in next,
I get some more questions,
March.
though. Okay, so sounds good. Let me ask you, the master file there, so is our health care information on that now with Obamacare? Because you're the repository for all our health care information. Is that, how are you protecting that? Is that in the same file?
It is not in the same file, but there are links to it. It's actually in a relational database that we built separate from the individual master file. But the systems are interconnected with appropriate data calls and all
right, let me jump to the GAO here. The same GAO report found that HHS, Medicare Appeals System, says, quote, this is the report, agency officials state that they do not have any plans to address the gaps that were found by GAO, and that doing so is contingent on funding. Let's go right to Ms. Killeran on that one.
So as I mentioned to Mr. Liu, for the Medicare appeals system, we actually have been making sure that that system is up to date, both with patches and software, and on a platform that is actually supported by the vendors. So as a total system, we don't have plans to replace, but we are keeping it current and making sure that it is able to be supported.
Okay, my time has expired. Maybe we'll do another round. Thank you.
We will soon. Thank you. Mr. Meadows of North Carolina is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Killoran, let me come to you. I think earlier in your testimony you were talking about the fact that the FISMA reporting, you've submitted that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you've submitted that. Who do you submit that to?
So we submit that to a number of all of our FISMA committees, and we did that through our legislative channels.
Okay, and so who's responsible for that oversight? Is that Mr. Scott? I mean, at OMB, is he charged with making sure that those are all submitted properly? Do you submit it to OMB?
So if you could clarify the question, are you talking about the report or?
Well, let me ask Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, as the Chief Financial Officer, is it your responsibility, I guess, for the executive branch for the implementation of FISMA?
Yes, and we collect, I'll say I'm the Chief Information Officer, not the Chief Financial Officer, but
excuse me,
it is our,
you're the Chief CIO
Yes.
for the federal government. So essentially, it all comes to you, and so they're required to submit that to you and to Congress. Is that correct? All right. So,
we aggregate and then submit to Congress.
all right. And so as it's submitted in those FISMA reports, as we look at that, each agency is required to do that. Is that correct, Mr. Scott? So let me ask you this. It appears that the Executive Office of the President, basically the White House, including OMB, and the National Security Council hasn't submitted the required FISMA. Is that correct?
I don't know off the top of my head. I would have to check and get back to you. I don't know
Well,
off the top of my head.
we've done some checking. We've been looking. Can you name a single year where you've actually, the Executive Office of the President and OMB and the National Security Council has submitted a FISMA report?
Well, we submit to Congress what has been submitted to us.
No, I'm talking about you. I understand they're doing it, but you're the one that has the charge. So has OMB, the White House, submitted it? Have you? Because we couldn't find yours.
Yeah, we're not required by the law.
Well, but that's not correct.
Is
that what you're saying? You're not?
Because our legal counsel has given us that.
Well, your legal counsel doesn't make the law. And so, Mr. Scott, let me remind you, Congress was very clear, extremely clear, that indeed the White House and indeed OMB is required to submit that, and yet we can't find where you've done it. And we specifically in the legislation mentioned the White House. So you're saying your legal counsel has told you that?
That's the opinion we've gotten.
When did you get that?
I've asked multiple times.
Okay, well, I would suggest that you go back, check the law, and report back to this, because do you not think that if you're required by law to do it, and all these other folks are doing it, that it sets a bad example for you not to do that? Would that set a bad example if you're required to do that?
If we are required, I think it sets a bad example, correct.
All right. So you've got counsel behind you. Are they saying that you're not required to by law?
I will go back and check and report back to you.
Okay. And we would like to know some of the correspondence and actually where you got that opinion from. If you would, are you willing to give that to this committee as well?
That's not my call, sir.
Okay. Well, obviously you're saying that you were told that you checked on it, and that this is a conscious decision not to give a FISMA report on behalf of OMB and the Office of the Executive Branch. Is that correct? That was a conscious decision?
It was a discussion, and that was the conclusion that we came to.
So what rationale would you really embark in embracing that would suggest that it's not a good idea to give information that you're requiring all the other agencies to give to Congress? Why would it not be a good idea for you?
Again, our intent is to comply with the law.
But do you think it's a good idea that even if it's not required, since you're requiring all the other agencies, don't you think it'd be a good idea for you? I think the answer, don't you think it'd be a good idea?
I don't have an opinion on that, sir.
Well, I do, and I think it'd be a good idea. Let me come to the GAO. We're talking about all these legacy systems, and we continue to have hearing after hearing after hearing, and what I find troubling is there a lot of savings that could be realized if we get rid of the legacy systems, jump off the cliff and say, let's make a commitment, we're going to do it, is there substantial savings that could happen?
Yes, there are. That's $60 billion we spend on O&M. You got old legacy that if we could get to more efficient systems, it would be less costly to maintain, it would be more secure, and then you already know that we got duplicative spending on commodity IT and inefficient data centers. So the $60 billion has all kinds of inefficiencies in it, and our point is we need more plans. I agree not everyone needs a plan. There might be some higher priorities, but we need more plans so that we move that spending from 60 into the 20 bucket.
Well, thank you, and I thank your staff for their great work, and I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
And I thank the gentleman. I recognize the ranking member, Mr. Cummings, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I intentionally wanted to wait and listen to some of the testimony. You know, I listened to Mr. Liu, and I agree with him. When we read the resumes of you all, we realize that you could be somewhere else making a lot more money. And I think that's, in a way, that's what's kind of depressing about this. We've got people who, first of all, care, who are experts, and now you come to government trying to make a difference, or you've been in government, and we seem to be going in a circle, trying to get off the merry-go-round, Mr. Scott, but still going in a circle. And I'm not blaming you all. It just seems as if we've got a set of circumstances where we've got an old system and is breaking down, trying to keep that afloat, and at the same time trying to catch up with technology that's not changing by the week, but changing by the hour. That's a tough one. And you know, we can, sometimes we can get here, we can start talking politics, and we still don't get to where we got to go to. And that's what I want to talk about for a moment here. Mr. Scott, you've been in your job, what, a little less than 2 years?
About a year and a half, sir.
Yeah, and Chairman was very complimentary, gave you a lot of nice compliments, and they're deserved. And you come from private industry, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you see, first of all, progress? I mean, you've been there a year and a half. Do you see us moving into that right direction? And this is the thing that bothers me, this wrestling with this issue of money. I don't want to sit here and wrongfully say that if we had more money, we could do better. If that's wrong, okay, if that's not accurate. But on the other hand, if we need the money, I don't want to act like we don't. And then there's a second part of it. We may need the money, but then the question is whether or not we are using the funds that we have effectively and efficiently. And can you address that for me, and then tell me how this Modernization Act, because I understand it's like the best practices from it's like an example of best practices from private industry, how that would remedy this. I know I said a lot, but.
Sure. No, I'd be happy to. I would say, in answer to one of your questions, I do think we're making progress, just not fast enough and comprehensively enough. Almost every agency is trying to prioritize in some way or another and address the most urgent issues. But what we see quite often is that it takes too long for them to put together the money to go do the replacement or to try to harvest savings to put together in one place to go fix things. And I think there's a broader set of issues that ITMF tries to address. Comprehensively, what it does is it marries management, money, and a different mode of operation than the pattern that we've been in. The world of digitization, and our government is digitizing just like every other enterprise, digitization starts to tear down traditional boundaries of the org chart and so on, and comes at what we do from a citizen-centric perspective. And today, because of our boundaries and our funding models and the way we've architected IT, we require our citizens to decode our org chart in a way that, frankly, they don't want to do. And so this modernization fund relies on principles that we've borrowed from the private sector. If you're in the private sector, you go to a capital committee and you come in and you make a business case for why you want to do what you're going to do. And the capital committee evaluates your ability to do that. They look at the business case. They ensure the commitment that the money is going to get paid back. And we think that that commitment of management, along with this different mode of operation that we're proposing, will start to help us along the path to a much more and needed modernization of our federal government. And I'll note as well that if we continue to do the same thing we've been doing before, we're just making the situation worse. My good friend of mine once told me, if you're riding a dead horse, best dismount. And I think it's time for us to dismount from this past practice and get on to a more modern method.
You don't have to tell us what your plans are, but if I were to guess, you probably will not be in this position but so much longer. And so the question becomes, what are you doing to try to put something in place so that after you leave, there's at least the mechanism to take us where you just said we need to go? Or because I can see somebody else coming in and saying, you know what, that Scott was a nice guy, but now he's been gone, and now we're going to start all over, and our problems are 10 times worse. And by the way, the reason why I'm asking you this is because the American people are just totally frustrated with us.
Certainly.
They feel like we can't get anything done. And I'm trying to figure out how we get something done that makes sense, solve the problems that we're talking about here, Mr. Mulvaney and all of us trying to figure out, okay, how do we spend our money wisely, and how do we get the American people what they deserve? That is a well-run system that keeps up with, as best we can, the changes in technology, and at the same time serve them well.
Well, there's a couple of things we're doing. First of all, we're putting together a set of requirements that will require the agencies to identify modernization efforts in a much more comprehensive way, whether this fund comes through or not. Secondly, we're revising the job descriptions for CIOs to make sure that as we hire future CIOs, we get the right kind of talent in place. And frankly, this is important work, and I think there's quite a number of people who, given the right point in their career, are perfectly willing to come in and do public service and help fix this if there's hope that they can make progress. Nobody wants to come in and say, I just want to be saddled with the old, dead horse way of doing things. And so I think that's key to attracting talent and continuing to make progress on this. And lastly, I'll say I intend to be involved and influence in one way or another, even beyond this job. I think it's critically important that we do this, and I think our relevance to the citizens is going to depend on how good a job we do in this area. The ITMF is my best guess about the fastest way to accelerate progress towards that goal, and I'm happy to listen to any other alternatives. What I do know is what won't work, and going around tin cupping, 7,000 different investments across the federal government is, the slow way to nowhere as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you very much, Jim.
Thank you. I now recognize myself. Mr. Milholland, you've been a good witness to us a couple of times. You provide a lot of candor. My question is, why did we have to subpoena you this time to attend?
That was a decision of the commissioner, and he wanted to testify himself. I understand the reasoning. He didn't speak to me about it, but in his past, he thinks that political appointees should be the one that speak to the Congress, not careerists like me.
Were you willing to testify without a subpoena?
Yes, sir.
This is something we're going to have to continue to discuss because, on one hand, in another committee, the IRS commissioner said he was too busy. He didn't have time to prepare, couldn't show up to answer hard questions. And then we have a hearing here where we have to dive deep into how the IT systems are working, and he is begging to come. In fact, told our office that we have to issue a subpoena to have Mr. Milholland come here. I think it puts a bad light on the IRS. I think it puts a bad light on you personally. But I did want to clarify and appreciate your candor in saying that was totally and wholly unnecessary. We did it. It's paperwork. I can do it unilaterally, but I shouldn't have to do it. And nobody else required a subpoena to be here. And again, it's not a personal reflection on you, but I think it is a personal reflection on Mr. Koskinen and the ridiculous manner in which he tries to manage a 90,000-person organization. The Congress of the United States of America, and certainly the Oversight Committee, we can talk to anybody anytime, we can investigate anything anywhere, and we can call anybody we want before this committee, not just the Senate-confirmed IRS commissioner. It is arrogant, it is beyond belief, and it continues to thwart our activities here in Congress. And I am not letting go of this. I do think he should be impeached. I do think he should get out of government. He should do the right thing for this country, and somebody else should be at the helm. He was hired by the President with the best of intentions, and the President made a personal commitment. He made a personal commitment. We're going to work together. We're going to do this hand in hand, and that is not happening, and this is another example here today. Enough of that speech about that. I do want to talk about the Obamacare files that were mentioned before. Mr. Pounder, do you have a position on this? Have you looked at how, from the GAO perspective, on how this is going? This is a massive undertaking, a great vulnerability. Have you done anything in this regard, and do you have any perspective on this?
I have colleagues who've looked at Obamacare implementation as well as some of the IT issues, in particular security around the systems with Obamacare. We have some outstanding recommendations on security. I personally have not done that. I will say, though, I did testify in front of this committee when there was the initial failure with the rollout. And I will say I worked closely with Mr. Milholland because at the time I was doing IRS work, and I knew where they were at getting their systems ready for Obamacare, which was different than where HHS and some others were.
And so the housing of all this data and information, I guess I would, as a follow-up, Mr. Milholland at the IRS and certainly Mr. Pounder from the GAO, we would love to and request, if we can do this formally, if we need to do it formally, we'll do it formally, but we would appreciate a keen eye on this just because of the vulnerability, the sensitivity, and the sheer number of people that will be involved and engaged in this.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I want to switch gears here to the HHS, Health and Human Services. This is your first time testifying, and I appreciate that. How long have you been working IT at HHS?
So about a year and a half.
Year and a half, okay. The committee made a request. I thought it was a fairly benign request, and it gives us a perspective. We asked to identify the top 3 mission-critical IT systems in need of modernization. That seems like a simple request. Every other agency and department we asked for was willing to cooperate. The only one that wasn't was HHS. You claimed that it was classified information. It's not the Department of Defense. This is not the CIA. This is Health and Human Services. Why claim it's classified?
It's around the sensitivity of the information that is stored in the systems. As folks have mentioned today, some of my colleagues, information, especially around personal health information, it's one of the increasing threat vectors across the organization and in the public overall. And so we want to make sure that we're protecting the American public and the health information.
But you understand that that information that we're asking for is not classified, correct?
As an individual system, but there is concerns about what those systems are and the targets that we...
And you understand that the Oversight Committee can access classified information, correct?
Yes, and we are actually able to, we actually had members of the committee come over yesterday to our...
Why should the committee have to come to you? Why do we have to go to look at in-camera
We are just concerned about what those systems are and putting
Yeah,
targets on them.
well, here's what you need to understand. We're entrusted with nuclear secrets, CIA information, a lot of very sensitive information. You cannot, as an agency, start to make up new classifications and new rules saying, well, we're sensitive and we don't trust Congress. We shouldn't have to go to HHS to review this information in camera. In fact, it gives us a real sense that you really don't know what you're doing over there.
No, we don't, these are not classified systems. We actually transmitted the information to OMB that requested as classified. These are not classified systems, and they do not have.
Correct. Yeah, you used a classified system to transmit it, but then when we request it, why do we have to ratchet this up? I mean, again, Health and Human Services has already identified one of the three systems to GAO, and another a system that HHS told us about was shut down. And we're just asking for the top-level review of what are the three mission-critical systems you provide. Then we finally get to see one, and then it's figured out that you had to come back to us and say, no, it was really shut down. Can you see where you've got a flashing red light over there at HHS that nobody else has?
Understood. And like I said, we are actually we're willing to provide that information outside.
Okay, so just to be clear, and again, you strike me as an exceptionally nice person. You're going to provide the requests that we made by this committee, you're going to provide those to us, correct? Yes. And talk to you got a staff person there. Feel free to talk to them if you want to confer. But I need to know if we're going to get this information or not.
Yes, yes, you will.
Okay. I have some other questions, but let me recognize another member, and I'll come back on another round here. Let's recognize Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts here.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have to say, it's a bipartisan frustration sometimes, especially with these data breaches. Everybody's getting hacked. All the agencies are getting hacked. It seems like the hackers have better access to the information than the Oversight Committee does. That's the frustration here, that the information is going out the door, and then there's some stonewalling going on when Congress asks, when this committee asks for information, it's not forthcoming. So that's some of what you're hearing. I want to go back to Mr. Scott. I know you've got a set of guidelines, a guidance, I guess you would call it, to these agencies on how to prioritize their responses to some of these high-risk legacy systems. Are any of the agencies on that right now? Have any of the agencies actually adopted that guidance and are implementing it?
Well, let me clarify the guidance that you're referring to. So as a part of the Cyber National Action Plan and the earlier Cyber Sprint, we asked agencies to look at their high-value assets, and then some corrective measures were taken immediately on the initial set of things. There is a review going on now with a larger set of identified high-value assets. That's in progress right now.
Maybe you could drill down on that a little bit more. High value, is that the same as high risk? Because in the GAO report, it indicated there was a guidance to prioritize to prioritize high-risk legacy systems. Now, that not may be high-value systems, but
well, yeah, let me talk about our
greatest vulnerabilities, I guess.
Yeah, let me talk about our guidance generally. So
okay.
It's best practice to constantly be evaluating your systems for all kinds of different things. Risk would be one of the factors that you would look at there. Technology obsolescence would be another one. And so that is, in fact, a part of our guidance.
Okay. I had heard that, at least it indicated in this report, that the Department of Transportation and USDA had started acting in compliance with this, and I thought you might have some information regarding that, but apparently...
It's work in progress right now.
Yeah. All right.
If I could clarify that
Please.
guidance, so there was draft guidance when we did our review, and we think that guidance is really good.
Okay.
So we would like to see OMB finalize that guidance and have agencies apply the guidance so that we can have a prioritization of these things that need replaced, similar to the chairman's questions that he asked directly with his data call, and that we would like to see more action on the prioritization and what we're tackling to modernize. I actually think that's needed to implement the modernization fund if, in fact, that moved forward.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, especially when you talk about the continuity problem that Mr. Cummings raised, where, you know, if Mr. Scott leaves at some point, we want the person coming in behind him to follow that same guidance and maintain those same priorities and get that job done, rather than somebody come in with a whole new idea and take us in a new direction. So that's some of the problems we see, you know, coming down the pike. But look, I appreciate your work, and I know you're all trying to do the right thing. It just we need to do it faster. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I'll recognize myself again, and I want to pick up on Health and Human Services. Health and Human Services, unlike the DoD, which has had significant cuts in its budget by billions of dollars in annual expenditure, Health and Human Services has more than doubled the funding for your operations in the IT sector, going from roughly $5.6 billion to more than $13 billion. So they're in a totally different mode here, and your responsibility includes CMS. Is that right?
That is correct.
I want to talk about, for a second, Health and Human Services has to deal with Medicare appeals. And from the information I've read, the HHS Inspector General Office reported that the Office of Medicare Hearings and Appeals, OMHA, is still largely paper-based. It's so bad that Medicare contractors were converting records from electronic to paper format to send to administrative law judges. Can you give us the status of where this is at and what is being done to solve this?
So thank you for the question. Yes, that is the case, but they actually are in the process right now of establishing a system to do that automated process, and CMS is actually working with that organization as that system comes online of how to integrate the medical appeals system with the system that the OMHA is working on right now.
The Health and Human Services entered into a $1.3 billion settlement with hospitals to clear the backlog on Medicare appeals. This lack of automation, did that contribute to this problem?
That I would have to get back to you on, because obviously I need to get to the program and understand get a full answer on what were the factors in that particular issue.
So with a little bit more specificity, when do we expect the implementation of this plan that CMS is there a CMS plan?
So the system that you're specifically talking about is actually not in CMS. It is in the Office of Medicare Hearings and Appeals. And yes, they do have a plan. That process, that program is in development, and they are working towards an implementation within the next year.
Are they building their own system, or are they buying something or leasing
It's a
something?
combination of some custom development and also commercial off the shelf.
Has that been contracted out yet?
Yes, development is actually in play, and we actually are working with them to do security testing, and they're in the final stages.
We'll send a letter, but are you committed to providing us the details of that plan?
Yes, yes,
okay.
Sir.
Thank you. That would be very helpful. Let me go back to the Department of Defense here. Department of Defense identified a system called the MOCAs, which stands for the Mechanization of Contract Administration Services. It's an example of a mission-critical system scheduled for modernization. It had its 50th birthday on 2008, so it's a bit old, and we congratulate on how robust it is. But this contract management payment system for DoD is jointly managed by the Defense Contract Management Agency, the DCMA, and DFAS, the Defense Finance and Accounting System. It was originally developed, as I said, back in the 1960s. It supports business processes for more than 350,000 DoD active contracts with roughly $1.6 trillion in contract obligations and entitlements valued at approximately $230 billion annually. The DoD in 2014 released a request for information for ideas on how to modernize this. Can you give us a sense of where this monster is and what is the plan moving forward?
We definitely need to modernize the front end of that system. One of the reasons that we delayed a little bit is in looking at that, I wanted more input from the private sector. This is one where I do believe we could buy the front end of this. The back end of the system is in pretty good shape. It's old, but it is in, it's in COBOL language. It supports it. One of the things I do think that we want to recognize here is that the front end of systems, obviously, many times we need to fix those. Where you're interacting with customers, got that, and we need to do that, and we look at that. Some of these back-end systems, I do think we want to make that investment the same way the private sector would, which is do the business case and say, does it pay to change that? In many cases right now, it will not pay to change the back end of some of the systems we have. COBOL's not going away anytime soon. I mean, the predictions, you look at it, it's going to be around as our major business system for a while. Right. Front ends, make it look more consumer-friendly, go with what the private sector is doing there, and that's what we'll end up with here.
Well, when do you think you'll have a game plan in order to actually address this?
By the end of the summer.
Okay. One more question back for Health and Human Services. Today, the committee issued a report about Cover Oregon. We looked at this for a year. This is the federal government, through HHS, gave the state of Oregon more than $300 million to develop a website. Never got a website, never got any money back. What is Health and Human Services doing about that?
So that would be to have done through our grants programs, and so we would actually have to I'd have to get back to you with our grants system owners and make sure that I provide you with the right answer of how they're doing the oversight in giving the grants.
So
that is outside of the purview that I have.
So the money that's appropriated to Health and Human Services for IT, help me with how it's broken down. So you don't feel any obligation, you have no responsibility to oversee the grants that are given?
So there is two sets of funds. There is internal IT funding, which is $5 billion that we spend internally, and that is where the oversight I have authority and responsibility over. There's another over $7 billion that is given to our grants programs through that business mechanism, and they are responsible through legislation of providing those grants out to state, locals, tribal, and to educational universities and other things for either access to our systems or to do research on our behalf. And all of that funding is actually the responsibility of those individual programs to provide out and provide oversight to.
Okay, and you can let Health and Human Services, they're about to get some inquiries from the Oversight Committee about what obligation they think they have or don't have when they give out a grant. Because in this case, $300+ million went out the door. Again, no website and no money back. And I think there was a lot of misrepresentation. I think there was fraud, and I think there are potential criminal elements to this that we have referred now to the Office of the Attorney General here in the United States, and also the Attorney General, who we believe should recuse herself there in Oregon, because the mix of political with the government, it was something that was, I believe, done fraudulently, and we issued about a 150-page report, and we will continue to follow up. But I appreciate the clarification, because the grant system is the majority of that IT budget, and it does make you wonder. We're looking for $3 billion. There's $7 billion that is given to HHS that's just given away to other entities, not even within the federal government. And so if we want to go capture and claw back and find $3 billion to make major changes, I really am warming up to this idea that Mr. Hoyer has presented, and that Mr. Cummings and others, and I do believe you in your perspective, Mr. Scott, and you know, this may be the type of area where maybe we're going to have to trim those feathers back in order to do the right thing with the federal dollars and the federal obligations. So now I recognize Mr. Cummings for 5 minutes.
Scott, I just want to follow up on a few things. I want to go back to this Modernization Act and how it works. According to estimates by the administration, after an initial funding of the $3.1 billion, the fund would be self-sustaining and would address at least $12 billion in modernization projects over the next 10 years. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you explain to us how the fund would be self-sustaining over that period of time?
Well, essentially, as projects get funded and then either go live or each project would have its own contracted repayment schedule. As those funds are paid back to the fund, they could then be reused for the next series of projects. And as was mentioned before, one of the criteria for funding a project would be, its elimination of risk, its adoption of modern technology, and the business case that underlies it. So we think there's a high likelihood, given the governance model we've put in place, that the funds would both be repaid but also be able to be reused.
So how would the fund support modernization projects that exceed the initial amount of funding?
Well, it could be, the modernization fund could supplement what an agency has in its budget and accelerate plans. As one example, we've seen cases where agencies doing the right thing, but they have a project that would last 5 or 6 or 7 years, and they tell us they could do it in 2 or 3 years, save a ton of money, and start the savings, actually, that would come from modernization much sooner. So it's just one example of a business case.
Now, as part of the proposal, the fund would be overseen by an independent review board, as I understand it, and that would provide technical assistance to agencies in connection with any upgrade projects, and the board approves. Now, is that the way it works?
That's our proposals. And the
Can you explain how that review board would work in
Sure.
overseeing the fund?
Yeah, it's the idea behind the board is we wanted to take a more holistic look at the factors that make a project successful. So, is the right governance in place? Is this the right technical architecture? Do we have the right procurement strategy in place? Do the economics make sense? Some of those kinds of factors that, frankly, in the private sector are now just the norm, and sometimes are missing from what we see. But we also, and this is an important point, want to encourage cross-agency collaboration for shared services in some of these projects, and getting that to work across agencies is not a mechanism that works terribly well today.
And so how would, I take it that one of the things that they would be doing, this board, is trying to make sure that folks use best practices, is that right?
Correct. That's exactly.
And how would they accomplish that?
Well, first, sharing of best practices as we find them in the federal government is one of the key things, but we'd also leverage expertise from the private sector and make sure that that was available to projects that are funded by the fund.
Now, what are the cost savings the federal government would realize if this bill were adopted and implemented? I mean, I know you got to guess that, but.
Well, I think our common experience in the private sector is that if you get in a continuous refresh mode, you can either do one of two things. You can either increase your capacity or you can lower costs or something in between. And I think in this case, we'll see some of both. We have certainly agencies where there's more demand than we can satisfy today, and some of the savings could be used to address that demand. But we have many other cases, such as data center consolidation, where this activity would accelerate consolidation and accelerate savings that money could then be used for other purposes.
So I guess it would be safe to say that it would exceed the $3.1 billion.
I'm quite comfortable in that. I think this is, and you saw it in the chart that I showed earlier, we have direct evidence that where injection of modernization fund leads to savings, and the question is just, we want to accelerate that.
That's my last question. Folks in Washington, that is us, members, get concerned about risk And, I mean, what are the arguments against doing something like this?
Well, I think the risk that we all see is that, you know, we have an accelerating amount of risk the longer we don't go address.
So that's the greater risk.
That's the greater risk.
Yeah.
And I'm quite concerned about it, you know, in total. And in particular, it's not just applications. We also have to address the infrastructure, the networks and the storage and all of the other components, not just the applications. We have to address this holistically.
I want to thank all of you very much, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. I just would like to allow you each 30, 45 seconds, go shorter, go a little bit longer if you want. What are the things that Congress, what would you like to see us do in order to make sure we're moving in the right direction? Let's start with Mr. Scott and go this direction. Mr. Pounder, you can take a lot longer if you like. But.
Sure. Well, I'll be quick because I think I've said most of what I had to say earlier. But I appreciate the support this committee has shown for this important topic. And in formulating the idea for the Modernization Fund, we looked at a number of different alternatives. Our team in OMB asked a bunch of hard questions about how else could we do this? What would be the best way? What's faster rather than slower? What's more effective? And we borrowed heavily from private sector best practice in terms of formulating this. And while we're open to any alternative that makes sense, it's our recommendation at this point that this is the best we can think of in terms of how to go forward. So I appreciate all of the support that we felt in a bipartisan way on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you.
So HHS also agrees that what OMB is putting forward on the ITMF is the right move. Being able to invest in our technology and making sure that we are using technology that is current, that is scalable, and meets not only the needs of today, but is scalable for the needs of the future is the right direction for us to go into. We've been able to make small incremental changes with the fundings we have, and we have actually seen those successes. So we are a good case study on what positively can happen in this type of situation, and we'd be willing to obviously share that not only with the members of this committee, but also with OMB as we move forward and work to adopt this model. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Halverson.
Thank the committee. This committee has taken this problem seriously, and I do appreciate that. And I think you've understood the complexity of the problems, which is very helpful itself. The other area that this committee has been helpful with, and I hope they will continue to do, is giving us some flexibility in how we hire the cyber and IT workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. I happen to agree with that. I think the personnel issue is probably as big as anything. Attracting the talent, retaining the talent. I mean, I have a son-in-law, a new son-in-law, a couple weeks old, this son-in-law, but he just graduated, and that kid's more employable than I am, so I agree. Mr. Milholland, you're now recognized.
Thank you for asking that question. I think there are two things. I put it in my written statement and in my opening remarks. It comes down to, from an IT point of view, certainty in our budget, at least restore us back to the levels we were at a number of years ago. It has really handicapped our ability to modernize our legacy environments and our aging infrastructure and provide the services that taxpayers need. And the second thing deals with the people issue you just mentioned, and it's the Streamlined Critical Pay Authority. We have 9 IT folk who a year from now will disappear, and they are absolutely critical to the architecture work we're doing for legacy systems modernization, the engineering, the implementation and operations. And they said that they would serve their country, but right now, if the law is not renewed, they literally will leave and increase the risk on the IT organization to serve the taxpayers of this country. So thank you.
And again, not your fault, not your issue. The senior leadership, the commissioner herself, is the #1 impediment to moving those things forward. Nobody believes him. Nobody trusts him. He's not trustworthy. And I think that problem will continue to linger as long as he's the commissioner. If he changes out, I think the world will change. Mr. Pounder, you're now recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank you for highlighting this legacy IT issue. We talked a lot today also about transition, and there's a lot of talent sitting here to the left of me. And I'd like to highlight the importance of FTARA in your efforts ensuring that we continue to implement that law. The first part of FTARA is about strengthening CIO authorities. We need more CIOs like some of the folks sitting here. But FTARA is also about understanding what we spend on IT and then executing it. Legacy IT management is executing, so it's all part of FTARA. So your grades, looking at the areas you've looked at to date, have made a lot of progress to date, and we need to continue to make progress through this transition period that we're in.
Thank you. It is important, and again, particularly to the agencies that are represented, and those that aren't, it really is the FTARA, I think, model, I think, is a way for us to gain perspective and set reasonable goals and do self-analysis and be candid in where we're at. So, again, I want to thank you all personally for your commitment to our country. It's a difficult thing. If this was easy, I mean, it would have been done a long time ago. Making these transitions away from legacy systems, that is a major, major overhaul and very difficult project, to say the least. And so appreciate your expertise working with this committee and your presence here today. Committee stands adjourned.